Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It always started with the curtains. Every evening, precisely at dusk, they would be drawn in a set sequence, east to west, 1 through 4. It was like a metronome, punctuating the day's end with its silent rhythm. I never paid much attention until recently when I noticed the fifth curtain was drawn halfway before the others. It was a subtle shift, barely discernible, yet it nagged at my thoughts. A few days later, the fifth was drawn last, moments after sunset. Tonight it remains undrawn, a motionless shadow on the sill. The rest are closed just as they should be. But this curtain, it alters the room's hush in a way that feels deliberately unquiet. I knew what had happened that night. The certainty of it sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and immovable. She had been standing by the window, her fingers working methodically through the familiar routine. East to west, 1 through 4, just as she had done every evening for the past 3 years. The muscle memory was so ingrained that she could perform the task in complete darkness, but something interrupted her before she reached the fifth window. The investigators had their theory, of course, a break-in gone wrong. The back door showed signs of forced entry, and her purse was missing from the kitchen counter. The timeline made sense. The neighbors heard nothing unusual, which wasn't surprising given the thick walls of these old buildings. By morning, when the maintenance man discovered her, the scene told a clear story of random violence. I had walked through that apartment countless times in my mind, reconstructing every detail. The way the light from the street lamp cast geometric shadows across the hardwood floor. The faint scent of lavender that always lingered in the air from the sachets she kept in every drawer. The precise arrangement of books on the shelf, spines aligned like soldiers. Everything had its place, and she had her routines. That's what made the curtains so significant. It wasn't just fabric hanging in a window. It was evidence of interruption, of a pattern broken at exactly the moment when everything changed. But then I started noticing other things. The first crack appeared when I spoke to the maintenance man again. He mentioned something he hadn't told the police initially, something that seemed insignificant at the time. When he entered the apartment that morning, he noticed the radio was playing softly in the bedroom. Classical music, he said. She never listened to music while getting ready for bed. Her evening routine was conducted in complete silence. I found myself returning to the apartment building, standing across the street in the growing dusk, watching those windows. The new tenant had different habits entirely. No systematic approach to the curtains, no respect for the ritual that had once marked the passage of each day. But as I stood there, counting windows, I realized something that made my stomach turn. The fifth window wasn't visible from the street. I had been so certain about what I could see, about what the curtain meant, but now I understood that my perspective had been limited all along. The fifth window faced the interior courtyard, a small, enclosed space surrounded by the building's other wings. No one from the street could have witnessed whether that curtain was drawn or not. So how did I know about it? The question followed me home, echoing in the quiet spaces between my thoughts. I tried to reconstruct my memories, to trace back the source of my certainty about the curtain sequence. Had someone told me about it? Had I read it in a report? The harder I tried to pin down the origin of this knowledge, the more elusive it became. I returned to the case files, spreading them across my kitchen table like pieces of a puzzle. Crime scene photographs, witness statements, forensic reports. I studied each page with fresh eyes, looking for any mention of curtains or evening routines. There was nothing. The investigators had focused on the obvious evidence: the forced door, the missing purse, the body's position near the living room window. But which window was that? I called the detective who had worked the case, a methodical man with a reputation for thoroughness. When I asked about the curtains, he paused for a long moment. Then he told me something that changed everything. The curtains in the living room had all been drawn when they arrived at the scene. Every single one. The apartment had been sealed in darkness. My certainty began to crumble like old mortar. If all the curtains were closed, then my entire understanding of that night was wrong. There had been no interruption during her evening routine. She had completed the ritual, drawn every curtain in its proper sequence, and then something else had happened. Something I couldn't see from my imagined vantage point across the street. I started visiting the building during different times of day, trying to understand the rhythm of life in those apartments. The morning light revealed details that were invisible at dusk. The afternoon shadows fell in patterns I hadn't anticipated. And in the deep hours of night, when most of the windows were dark, I began to notice things that didn't fit the narrative I had constructed. There was another apartment with a direct view into her living room. The angle was perfect, unobstructed. Someone living there could have watched her nightly routine, could have learned the precise timing of her habits, could have known exactly when she would be most vulnerable. The break-in theory started to feel less convincing. Why force the back door when there were easier ways to gain access? Why take only the purse and leave behind more valuable items? And why was there no sign of struggle near the door, no indication that she had been surprised by an intruder's entrance? I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about that night. The certainty that had once anchored my understanding was dissolving, replaced by a growing awareness of how much I had assumed, how much I had filled in without evidence. The maintenance man's story began to bother me too. He had a key to every apartment, unrestricted access to the building. His discovery of the body had seemed natural, even heroic, but now I wondered about the timing. How had he known to check on her that particular morning? What had prompted him to use his key rather than simply knocking? And that classical music playing in the bedroom. She never listened to music during her evening routine, he had said, but how did he know her habits so intimately? How long had he been watching? I started paying attention to the other residents, the ones who had been interviewed briefly and then dismissed. The woman in the apartment with the perfect view had been out of town, according to her statement, but I found myself wondering about the accuracy of that alibi, about how thoroughly it had been checked. The elderly man on the ground floor had reported hearing footsteps in the hallway, but the timing he gave didn't match the investigator's timeline. Every detail I re-examined seemed to shift and blur, like objects viewed through water. The story I had been so certain about was becoming something else entirely, something more complex and disturbing. I began to question my own role in all of this. Why was I so invested in solving a case that had already been closed? What was driving my obsession with those curtains, with the precise sequence of her evening routine? The more I probed my own motivations, the less comfortable I became with what I found. There were gaps in my memory too, spaces where certainty should have been but wasn't. I couldn't remember how I had first learned about her habits, about the methodical way she ended each day. The knowledge felt intimate, personal, as if I had witnessed it myself, but that was impossible, wasn't it? I started having dreams about the apartment, about standing in those rooms during the quiet hours after midnight. The dreams were vivid, filled with sensory details that felt too real to be imagined. The creak of the floorboard near the kitchen, the way the refrigerator hummed in the darkness, the soft sound of fabric brushing against the window frame as curtains were drawn. In the dreams, I was always watching from somewhere inside the apartment, never from across the street. I could smell that lingering lavender scent, could see the precise alignment of books on the shelf. I knew where she kept her spare key, knew which drawer held her important papers. I knew things that hadn't been mentioned in any report, details that no investigator had thought to document. The realization crept over me slowly, like water seeping through a foundation. I wasn't reconstructing someone else's memories of that night. I was accessing my own. But that would mean I had been there. That would mean everything I thought I knew about the case, about my relationship to it, was a lie I had constructed to protect myself from a truth too terrible to face. I stopped visiting the building after that. I couldn't trust my own perceptions anymore, couldn't separate memory from imagination, fact from desperate fiction. The curtains had become a symbol of something larger, something that reached beyond that single night into the dark corners of my own consciousness. The case remains officially closed. The investigators are satisfied with their conclusions, but I know now that the real mystery was never about what happened in that apartment. It was about why I needed so desperately to believe in a version of events that cast me as an observer rather than a participant. The fifth curtain haunts me still, that motionless shadow on the sill. Not because it was left undrawn, but because I can remember drawing it closed with my own hands. The question that keeps me awake isn't what interrupted her evening routine. It's what happened after I helped her complete it. Story 2. The door clicked shut, yet the room refused to quiet. The carpet's fibers seemed to fold unnaturally beneath my feet, whispering of forgotten paths. I glanced at the window, expecting the usual morning light, but its frame held shadows that shifted restlessly. The air carried a taste of rust, an echo of memories tarnished by time. On the table, a glass trembled subtly, though no breeze dared disturb it. My fingers traced the surface, sensing a vibration that should not have been. It was as if the house was breathing, but against the rhythm I knew. I've been carrying this weight for weeks now, maybe months. The detective said I should write things down, help me remember the sequence. But sequence feels like a luxury I can't afford when every moment bleeds into the next. The first time I noticed something wrong, I was folding laundry, such an ordinary task. The fabric felt different between my fingers, heavier somehow, as if it had absorbed more than detergent and water. I held up a shirt not mine, though I couldn't recall buying it for anyone else. The collar was stained with something that looked like coffee but smelled metallic. There's a sound that visits me at night, not quite footsteps, more like someone dragging their knuckles along the hallway walls. I've checked every room, every closet, every space where a person might hide. Nothing. Yet the sound returns, patient as tide. The neighbor asked me about the car in my driveway. I told her it belonged to a friend, though I couldn't remember inviting anyone over. The keys were on my kitchen counter, next to a receipt for gas I didn't remember buying. The mileage on the odometer didn't match my memory of recent trips. I found photographs tucked inside a book I'd never opened. Images of places I might have been, faces that seemed familiar in the way dreams do upon waking. In one photo, my hand rests on someone's shoulder, but the person has been carefully cut away, leaving only the suggestion of presence. The phone rang 3 times during dinner, each time silence on the other end, but not empty silence. The kind that holds breath, holds waiting. I began eating faster, as if the caller could see me through the receiver. My reflection in the bathroom mirror has been catching me off guard, not because it looks different, but because it seems to be expecting something. The eyes hold a knowledge I don't remember acquiring. There are gaps in my memory like holes in fabric, perfectly round and clean-edged. I'll be driving and suddenly realize I don't remember the last 10 minutes of road. I'll be washing dishes and find my hands moving through motions while my mind wanders through empty rooms. The detective mentioned blood work, said the results were inconclusive, which felt like another word for suspicious. I wanted to ask what they were testing for, but the question stuck in my throat like a stone. I've started sleeping with the lights on, not from fear exactly, but from a need to see the room's corners to confirm they remain empty. Sometimes I wake to find furniture moved slightly, chairs pulled out from tables, doors ajar that I remember closing. The shirt with the stained collar disappeared from my laundry basket. I searched everywhere, even places it couldn't logically be. Under couch cushions, behind the water heater in the trunk of my car, gone as if it had never existed. But I remember the weight of it in my hands. The sound in the hallway has grown bolder. Now it comes during daylight hours when I'm reading or cooking or trying to convince myself that everything is normal. I've begun following it, padding barefoot through the house like a detective in my own life. Yesterday I found a key that doesn't fit any lock I know. It was under my pillow, cold as winter metal. The teeth are worn smooth in places, suggesting frequent use, but I can't imagine what door it opens. The photographs multiply. I find them in coat pockets, between the pages of magazines, taped to the underside of drawers. Always the same careful editing, figures removed with surgical precision. I'm left studying negative spaces, trying to reconstruct what was taken away. The detective asked about my relationship with the missing person. I told them we were acquaintances, maybe friends, though the word felt inadequate. Some connections run deeper than language allows, threading through shared silences and understood gestures. I remember a conversation about leaving, not vacation leaving, but permanent departure. The kind of conversation that happens in kitchens late at night when coffee grows cold and decisions crystallize like frost on windows. I remember nodding, offering support, but the details scatter when I try to grasp them. The car in my driveway has been moved, not far, just enough to change the angle of its shadow across the pavement. The keys remain on my counter, but now they're warm to the touch, as if recently used. There's a pattern emerging in my daily routines, though I'm not consciously creating it. I find myself taking the same route to the store, parking in the same spot, buying items I don't remember needing. The receipts pile up like evidence of a life I'm not entirely living. The phone calls have stopped, but the silence feels more ominous than the ringing. I catch myself listening for sounds that don't come, waiting for interruptions that never arrive. I dreamed of digging, not gardening, but purposeful excavation. My hands were dirty in the dream, nails caked with earth that smelled of secrets. When I woke, I found soil under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember being outside. The missing person's belongings have been appearing in my house. Small things at first, a pen, a hair tie, a book with pages marked by someone else's thoughts. I should report these discoveries, but something holds me back, perhaps the fear of what questions they might raise. The detective mentioned inconsistencies in my statement. I wanted to explain that consistency requires a stable foundation, and mine has been shifting like sand. Memory becomes unreliable when filtered through confusion and doubt. I've been researching disappearances, reading about people who vanish without explanation. The articles describe investigations that stretch across months, families who never stop hoping, evidence that leads nowhere. I wonder if hope is a luxury or a curse. The sound in the hallway has changed. Now it resembles whispering, though I can't make out words. I press my ear to the wall, trying to decode the message, but the voice dissolves like smoke when I focus too intently. There's a spot in my backyard where the grass grows differently, greener, more lush, as if the soil beneath holds extra nourishment. I avoid that area when I'm outside, though I'm not sure why. The photographs have begun showing my house from angles I don't recognize. Exterior shots taken from positions that would require standing in impossible places. Windows I don't remember being open, shadows that fall in directions that defy the sun's path. I found a letter in my own handwriting, though I don't remember composing it. The words speak of guilt and necessity, of choices that seemed reasonable at the time but feel monstrous in retrospect. The signature looks like mine, but slightly off, as if written by someone mimicking my hand. The detective asked about my whereabouts on specific dates. I consulted my calendar, my phone, my receipts, but the timeline remains fuzzy. Some days feel longer than others, some hours stretch like taffy, while others compress into moments. I've started leaving myself notes, hoping to create a record that future me can trust. But I find these messages altered, words changed or crossed out in handwriting that might be mine. Even my attempts at documentation become suspect. The missing person called me the night before they disappeared. I remember the conversation lasting hours, though my phone records show only minutes. We talked about fear and freedom, about the weight of secrets and the price of truth. I offered my help, though I'm no longer certain what form that help took. The key under my pillow has multiplied. Now there are 3, each slightly different, each worn smooth by use I don't remember. They jingle softly when I move in my sleep, a sound like distant bells or warning chimes. I drove to the lake where they're searching, stood at the water's edge, watching divers disappear beneath the surface and emerge with empty hands. The water looked familiar, though I couldn't place when I might have been there before. The soil under my fingernails has become a recurring theme. I scrub it away each morning, but it returns like a stain that won't fade. The earth smells different each time, sometimes like rain, sometimes like decay, sometimes like nothing at all. My reflection has begun arriving at mirrors before I do. I'll turn a corner and catch a glimpse of myself already there, waiting with an expression I don't remember making. The eyes hold secrets I'm not sure I want to unlock. The detective mentioned a shovel found in my garage. I don't remember buying it, though the receipt suggests otherwise. The blade shows signs of recent use, dirt packed into the metal's crevices like evidence of purpose. I've been having conversations with someone who isn't there, not imaginary dialogue, but responses to questions I don't remember asking. I find myself nodding at empty rooms, agreeing to terms I don't understand. The photographs now include images of the missing person, but their face is always obscured, turned away, shadowed, or blurred by movement, as if they were trying to avoid being seen, or someone was trying to erase them from the frame. There's a rhythm to my forgetting. Certain memories disappear at predictable intervals, while others remain sharp as broken glass. I remember the texture of fear, but not its source, the weight of decision, but not its nature. The detective asked if I would submit to a polygraph. I agreed, though I'm not sure what truth the machine would find. My certainty has become negotiable, my recollections subject to revision. I found a map in my car with a route marked in red ink. The destination is circled but not labeled, a place that exists without name or context. The mileage matches the unexplained numbers on my odometer. The missing person's family asked me to speak at a gathering. I stood before their hopeful faces and spoke words that felt borrowed from someone else's mouth. They thanked me for being such a good friend, though friendship seems too simple a word for what we shared. The sound in the hallway has become a presence, not visible but undeniably there, occupying space with patient persistence. I've stopped following it, choosing instead to let it pass through my home like weather. My dreams have become collaborative efforts. I'm not alone in the landscape of sleep, but accompanied by someone whose face I can never quite see. We work together on projects I don't remember agreeing to, moving through tasks with shared purpose. The detective mentioned that cases like this often resolve themselves. People return, explanations emerge, mysteries dissolve into mundane realities, but some questions, once asked, change the shape of everything around them. I've been practicing my statement, rehearsing the words until they feel natural in my mouth. But each repetition changes something subtle, like a song played too many times until the melody becomes foreign. The grass in my backyard continues to grow in that one spot, reaching toward light that seems brighter there than anywhere else. I've considered digging, but my hands shake when I hold the shovel. The photographs have begun to include images of me doing things I don't remember, carrying objects, talking to people, standing in places that feel familiar but unnamed. The camera captures a version of myself that seems more certain than the one I recognize. I wonder if memory is like a river, constantly flowing and changing course. What we think we remember might be just the current state of water that was once somewhere else entirely. The missing person understood this, I think. We talked about the fluid nature of truth, how facts can shift when viewed from different angles. The detective closed the case yesterday. Insufficient evidence, they said, though I'm not sure what they were hoping to find. Some absences can't be filled with facts, some questions resist the pressure of investigation. The key under my pillow has stopped multiplying, but it's grown warm, as if heated by use I don't remember. Sometimes I wake with it clutched in my fist, my fingers curved around its familiar shape like a prayer or a confession. I still hear the sound in the hallway, but now it seems to be moving away, growing fainter with each passing night. Soon it will be gone entirely, leaving only the memory of its presence and the question of what it was trying to tell me. The missing person's car was found abandoned by the highway, keys in the ignition, personal belongings scattered across the seats. I drove past the location once, slowing to study the empty space where their vehicle had been. The asphalt looked darker there, stained by something more permanent than oil. Sometimes I catch myself humming a song I don't recognize, the melody rising from somewhere deeper than conscious memory. The tune feels important, like a message encoded in notes and rhythm, but the words remain just beyond reach. The photographs have stopped appearing, but the spaces where they were found remain sensitive, like scars that ache before storms. I run my fingers over these places, feeling for traces of what was once there. I've begun to suspect that forgetting is not passive but active, a skill that requires practice and dedication. The missing person was teaching me this art, though I'm only now beginning to understand the lessons. The detective called once more, asking if I had anything to add to my statement. I listened to their breathing on the other end of the line, hearing hope and resignation in equal measure. Some stories, I told them, don't have endings that satisfy our need for closure. The soil under my fingernails has finally stopped returning, but my hands remember its texture, the way it felt both foreign and familiar. I find myself digging through other things now, drawers, pockets, memories, searching for what I'm not sure I want to find. The glass on my table has stopped trembling, but the silence it leaves behind feels heavier than the movement ever did. Story 3. The gentle hum of the refrigerator was the only sound breaking the morning stillness. A soft, amber light filtered through the blinds, casting stripes across the kitchen floor. Everything seemed undisturbed, from the neatly stacked plates to the orderly row of spices, until the faint imprint of 2 hands appeared on the glass pane. They were pressed just above the sill, slightly smudged, as if left in a moment of hesitation. A sudden chill crept through the air, whispering of an uninvited presence that had lingered just outside, out of sight. I keep coming back to those handprints. They're burned into my memory now, though I can't say exactly when I first noticed them. Was it that morning, or had they been there longer, waiting for me to see? The glass was cold when I touched it, I remember that much. My fingers traced the outline where someone else's had been, and the condensation felt wrong somehow, too thick, too deliberate. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There was a routine before all this started unraveling. Coffee at dawn, newspaper folded just so, the same chair at the same table. The kitchen window faced the backyard, and I'd watch the shadows shift across the grass while the world woke up around me. Someone was watching me watch. That thought comes from nowhere, slides into my consciousness like it's always been there. But when did I first suspect? The memory fragments scatter when I try to pin them down. The neighbor mentioned seeing someone, or maybe I imagined that conversation. She was standing by her mailbox and I was carrying groceries, and she said something about movement in my yard, late when normal people sleep. "Did you see who it was?" I asked. But did I ask that, or did I just think it? Her face blurs when I try to remember. Everyone's face blurs now. The handprints weren't the first sign. There were other things, small disturbances that could have been anything. A chair moved slightly from where I'd left it. The back door that I could have sworn I'd locked standing just barely ajar. These things happen in old houses, settling, whether forgetfulness. Except I'm not forgetful. I've never been forgetful. The first time I cleaned the glass, I used newspaper and vinegar, the way my mother taught me. The prints came off easily, but something about their absence felt worse than their presence, like erasing evidence of something I didn't yet understand. They came back. Not immediately, but within a few days there they were again. Same position, same pressure, as if someone had returned to the exact spot and pressed their palms against my window with the same desperate intensity. I started leaving lights on. The house felt different with every room illuminated. Shadows couldn't hide in corners, and the familiar became stark and foreign. But light has a way of creating new hiding places, casting everything just slightly off from how you remember it. There was a sound, a tapping, maybe, or scratching, so faint I convinced myself it was branches against the siding, though the nearest tree was too far away to reach. The sound came at irregular intervals, never quite when I was listening for it. I mentioned it to someone, a friend I think, or maybe a colleague. Their reaction was careful, measured. The kind of response you give when you're worried about someone's mental state. "Have you been sleeping?" they asked. Had I been sleeping? The nights blur together. I'd lie awake listening, waiting for sounds that might or might not come. The house breathed around me, settling into its nighttime rhythms, and I'd catalog every creak and whisper. Sometimes I'd get up and check the window, run my fingers along the glass, searching for new prints in the darkness. They were always there. Different sizes sometimes, different positions, as if more than one person was visiting my window or the same person was changing, growing more desperate or more bold. I should have called someone, the police maybe, though what would I have said? Someone is touching my window, someone is standing in my yard. The evidence was so minimal, so easily explained away. But the feeling wasn't minimal. The feeling was enormous, pressing against my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. There was a morning when I found footprints in the garden bed beneath the window, partial impressions in the soft soil, smudged by rain or dew. I took pictures, though I can't remember what I did with them afterward. The prints were small, smaller than I'd expected. That detail bothers me now, though I can't say why. In my mind, I'd built up this presence into something larger, more threatening. But the evidence suggested someone slight, someone who might have had to stretch to reach the window sill. I started keeping a journal, writing down every incident, every suspicion, every strange feeling that crept over me in the early morning hours. The pages filled quickly with observations that seemed significant in the moment, but read like paranoia in daylight. Someone moved the garden hose. The gate latch was undone. Heard breathing outside the bedroom window. Did I hear breathing, or was it the wind through the eaves, transformed by my anxious mind into something more sinister? The journal disappeared. I tore the house apart looking for it, checked every drawer, every closet, every possible hiding place, but it was gone as completely as if it had never existed. That's when I knew for certain that I wasn't imagining things. Someone had been inside my house. Someone had taken my careful documentation of their presence, my proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The violation felt complete. Not just my yard, not just my window, but my private thoughts, my desperate attempt to make sense of what was happening. I changed the locks, had a security system installed, motion sensors in the yard, cameras pointed at every entrance. The technician was sympathetic but professional, asking no questions about why a single person in a quiet neighborhood suddenly needed such elaborate protection. The first night with the new system, every sensor triggered. Not all at once, but in sequence, as if someone was deliberately testing each one. The monitoring company called, asked if I wanted them to dispatch police. Yes, I said, but by the time they arrived, the yard was empty. The officers were thorough, checking the perimeter, looking for signs of intrusion. They found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that anyone had been there. Sometimes small animals can trigger the sensors, one officer explained, or even heavy rain if the system is too sensitive. But it wasn't raining. The handprints appeared again that night, despite the cameras, despite the sensors, despite everything I'd done to keep them away. I watched the security footage over and over, frame by frame, looking for the moment when someone approached my window. But the cameras showed nothing. Just an empty yard, shadows moving as clouds passed overhead, and then suddenly, impossibly, the prints were there. Had they always been there? Was I losing my ability to see clearly, to remember what I'd claimed and what I'd left untouched? The doubt crept in like poison. Maybe I was making the prints myself. Maybe in some sleepwalking state, some dissociative episode, I was the one pressing my hands against my own window. I held my palms up to the glass, comparing them to the smudged impressions. They were similar in size, though the angle seemed wrong, as if the person making them had been outside while I was inside. But angles can be deceiving. Memory can be deceiving. Everything can be deceiving. I stopped cleaning the window, let the prints accumulate layer upon layer until the glass was clouded with them. Dozens of impressions, overlapping and contradictory, like a desperate conversation conducted in touch alone. The neighbors stopped making eye contact when I passed them on the street. Word spreads in small communities. The person with the security cameras, the one who called police about shadows in their yard. I became the story people told at dinner parties, the cautionary tale about isolation and paranoia. But I wasn't paranoid, I was being watched. The certainty sits in my chest like a stone, unmovable despite all the evidence to the contrary. Someone knows my routines, my habits, my vulnerabilities. Someone has been studying me with the patience of a predator. Or someone has been trying to tell me something. That thought comes from nowhere, sudden and unwelcome. What if the handprints aren't a threat but a message? What if someone is trying to communicate, to warn me about something I can't yet see? The kitchen feels different now when I sit at my table in the morning. The familiar routine has been poisoned by uncertainty. I find myself staring at the window, at the accumulated prints that tell a story I can't quite read. Sometimes I think I see movement in the reflections, a face that isn't mine watching from behind my shoulder, but when I turn, there's nothing there. Just the gentle hum of the refrigerator breaking the morning stillness. The amber light still filters through the blinds, casting the same stripes across the floor, but the shadows have changed, grown longer and more complicated. And the handprints remain, pressed against the glass like a question I'm afraid to answer. They're smaller than mine, I realize now. Smaller and more delicate, belonging to someone who had to stretch to reach the window sill. Someone who might have been trying to get in. Or someone who might have been trying to get out. Story 4. It buzzed like a muted hive, low and constant, drowning in the quiet of the room. I stood in the kitchen, clutching a cup that wasn't mine. The sound curled through the walls, weaving a net of familiar foreboding that ensnared my breath. I turned, expecting to see an open window or a stray appliance left on, yet everything remained still, except for the hum that refused to cease. It guided me as if pulling on an invisible thread from the back of my mind toward the corner where a stack of unopened boxes leaned against each other. That relentless murmur had been absent from my life since the night the attic was sealed. I hadn't thought of it until now, but here it was, resurfacing like it had never left. I knew exactly what had happened that night. The certainty of it had carried me through countless sleepless hours, through the questions from neighbors and the careful conversations with my sister afterward. My brother-in-law had been working late again, tinkering with his electronics in the cramped space above the second floor. The old house had poor wiring, everyone knew that. Ancient copper threading through walls that had seen too many renovations, too many quick fixes by owners who cared more about appearances than safety. The fire started small, they told me. Just a spark from an overloaded circuit, maybe a frayed wire touching something it shouldn't have. He would have been focused on his project, headphones on, lost in that methodical way he had of approaching problems. By the time he noticed the smoke, it was already too late to escape through the narrow attic entrance. The investigators found him near the far wall, overcome by fumes before the flames ever reached him. A tragic accident, they called it. The kind that happens more often than people like to admit in houses like ours. The buzzing stopped. I set down the cup and listened to the sudden silence. It felt wrong somehow, like holding your breath underwater until your lungs burned. The boxes in the corner seemed to lean forward slightly, their cardboard edges softened by months of humidity. I hadn't opened them since moving back into the house after the repairs. They contained his things, the items salvaged from the attic before the contractors sealed it off permanently. Tools mostly, some old photographs. A few electronic components that survived the heat and water damage. My sister had wanted to throw everything away, but I couldn't bear the thought. He'd been methodical about his hobbies, the way some people are about collecting stamps or vintage coins. Every resistor, every length of wire had its place in his mental catalog. Throwing them out would have felt like erasing the last traces of who he was when he was happiest. But standing there in the kitchen, I found myself wondering about something I'd never questioned before. The cup in my hands wasn't mine. It was ceramic, cream-colored with a hairline crack running down one side. I'd been holding it without thinking, the way you might pick up a pen or a book that's been left on a table. Yet I lived alone now. Had been living alone since the repairs were finished and I'd moved back in. The kitchen felt different in the growing dusk. Shadows stretched across the linoleum floor, reaching toward the boxes with something that looked almost like intent. I tried to remember where the cup had come from, but the memory slipped away like water through cupped hands. Perhaps my sister had left it during her last visit. She'd been bringing me meals for weeks after the incident, leaving covered dishes in the refrigerator and staying long enough to make sure I ate something. Yet the cup felt warm, as if it had recently held coffee or tea. I lifted it to my nose and caught the faint scent of chamomile. My sister drank coffee, black and strong. She'd never been one for herbal teas or anything that smelled like flowers. The buzzing returned, softer this time, like an insect trapped between window panes. It seemed to emanate from the direction of the boxes, though I couldn't be certain. Sound behaves strangely in old houses, traveling through walls and floor joists in ways that defy logic. I'd learned that during the long months of reconstruction, when every hammer blow and power tool seemed to echo from impossible directions. I approached the boxes slowly, the ceramic cup still warm in my hands. The topmost box had been opened before, I could see that now. The tape had been cut cleanly along the seam and pressed back down, but not quite flush with the cardboard. Someone had been through these things recently. Someone who knew how to reseal a box so it would look undisturbed at first glance. The realization settled over me like cold water. I lived alone. The doors were locked, the windows secure. My sister had keys, but she would have mentioned if she'd been by. She would have called first, the way she always did, checking to make sure I was ready for company. Inside the first box, wrapped in newspaper, I found his soldering iron. The cord was coiled neatly, secured with a twist tie. Beneath it, a small plastic organizer filled with components I couldn't identify. Tiny electronic parts sorted by size and function, each in its designated compartment. The organization was meticulous, almost obsessive. I remembered teasing him about it once, calling him a control freak in the gentle way that families do. But something was wrong with the arrangement. The components weren't dusty enough. They should have been covered in a fine layer of soot and debris, despite the newspaper wrapping. The fire had filled the attic with smoke for hours before the fire department arrived. Everything up there should have borne traces of that night. These looked clean, recently handled. I set the organizer aside and reached deeper into the box. More tools, more carefully wrapped components. At the bottom, I found something that made my breath catch in my throat. A notebook, spiral-bound, with pages covered in his precise handwriting. Diagrams and measurements, sketches of circuits I didn't recognize, but the paper was crisp, unmarked by smoke or water. The ink looked fresh. The buzzing grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat had synchronized with it. I flipped through the notebook, trying to make sense of the technical drawings and cramped notes in the margins. One page caught my attention, a schematic for something he'd labeled simply as frequency generator. Below it, a series of calculations and what looked like test results. At the bottom of the page, in handwriting I almost recognized, someone had written, "Works better than expected. Subject responds to 60 Hz range. Duration increases with proximity." The cup slipped from my other hand and shattered against the kitchen floor. The sound was sharp and immediate, cutting through the constant buzz like a blade. In the sudden silence that followed, I heard something else. Footsteps in the room above me, slow and deliberate, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other. But there was no room above the kitchen. The attic had been sealed off, remember, permanently closed after the fire, the access point covered with drywall and paint. The contractors had shown me their work, professional and thorough. No one could get up there now without tearing through the ceiling itself. The footsteps continued, following a path I recognized. It was the same route my brother-in-law used to take when he was working late, pacing between his workbench and the small window that faced the backyard. He'd walk that circuit when he was thinking through a problem, wearing a groove in the old wooden planks with his restless energy. I found myself questioning things I'd accepted without doubt. The fire investigation had been routine, the investigators told me. They'd found evidence of electrical failure, scorch marks consistent with an overloaded circuit. But had I actually seen their report? Had anyone shown me photographs of the damage, official documentation of their findings? My memories of that night felt strangely distant, like scenes from a movie I'd watched long ago. I remembered my sister calling, her voice tight with panic. I remembered driving to the house, seeing the fire trucks and ambulance parked outside. But the details were soft around the edges, lacking the sharp clarity that trauma usually burns into memory. The notebook was still in my hands, its pages fluttering slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I turned to another page and found more notes, more diagrams. This time the sketches showed what looked like a room layout. My house, I realized with growing unease. The kitchen, the living room, the staircase leading to the second floor. Small X marks indicated positions throughout the rooms, with measurements and angles noted beside each one. At the top of the page, someone had written, "Optimal placement for sustained effect." Subject shows decreased resistance after extended exposure. The buzzing was inside my head now, I was certain of it. It filled the space behind my eyes, making it difficult to focus on the handwriting. The words seemed to shift and blur, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, the notebook was closed in my lap. I didn't remember closing it. The footsteps above had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A faint scratching sound, like fingernails against wood. It was coming from inside the walls, moving in a slow circuit around the kitchen, following the path of old wiring, perhaps, or the route of pipes that carried water to the floors above. I stood up carefully, leaving the notebook on the counter beside the scattered pieces of the ceramic cup. The scratching continued, patient and methodical. It reminded me of the sound mice make when they're building nests in the walls, except mice don't work with such deliberate precision. The second box was lighter than the first, and when I lifted the flaps, I found it nearly empty. Just a few loose papers and what looked like a small electronic device I didn't recognize. The device was about the size of a deck of cards with a digital display and several buttons along one edge. A short antenna extended from the top, and a thin wire connected it to a speaker no bigger than a quarter. The display showed a single number, 60. I picked up the device and the buzzing in my head immediately intensified. The number on the display flickered, jumping between 60 and 61, then settling back to 60. When I moved the device closer to my ear, the buzzing became almost unbearable. When I held it at arm's length, it faded to a manageable whisper. The papers beneath it were printouts from websites about electromagnetic frequencies and their effects on human behavior. Articles about infrasound and its ability to induce feelings of unease or dread. Research studies on how certain frequencies could affect memory and perception, making subjects more susceptible to suggestion. One article had been highlighted extensively, its margins filled with handwritten notes. It discussed how prolonged exposure to specific frequencies could create a kind of hypnotic state, making it difficult for subjects to distinguish between real memories and implanted suggestions. The notes in the margins were in my brother-in-law's precise handwriting, but they discussed me in the third person, as if I were a lab specimen. Subject shows strong response to 58-62 Hz range. One note read, memory integration successful after 3-4 hour sessions. Recommend increasing duration for permanent effects. I set the device down with shaking hands, but the buzzing didn't stop. If anything, it grew stronger, as if the device had activated something larger, something built into the house itself. The scratching in the walls intensified, spreading to new locations. Soon it seemed to surround me, a symphony of tiny claws or fingernails working their way through the wooden bones of the house. The third box contained photographs, not the family snapshots I'd expected, but surveillance photos of me. Pictures taken through windows, showing me in my kitchen, my living room, my bedroom. The timestamps indicated they'd been taken over a period of months, starting well before the fire. In some of them, I was holding that same ceramic cup, though I had no memory of owning it. In others, I was standing in positions that matched the X marks on the diagram, always with the same distant expression, as if I were listening to something only I could hear. At the bottom of the box, I found a letter addressed to my sister. The envelope was sealed, but I could see my name written on the paper inside, visible through the thin paper. My hands trembled as I tore it open. The frequency generator works better than we hoped, the letter began. The subject has no awareness of the conditioning sessions. Memory replacement is proceeding according to plan. By the time you read this, the final phase should be complete. The fire will provide perfect cover for the equipment removal. Make sure the attic stays sealed. We can't risk discovery of the installation points. It was signed with my brother-in-law's name, but the handwriting was different, looser, more hurried, like someone trying to imitate his precise script but failing under pressure. The scratching in the walls had evolved into something more deliberate, not random animal sounds, but a pattern. 3 short scratches, 3 long ones, 3 short again, over and over, coming from multiple locations simultaneously. It was a code, I realized, a signal. The footsteps above resumed, but now they were accompanied by other sounds. The creak of floorboards under weight, the soft thud of objects being moved around. Someone was up there in the sealed attic, working with quiet efficiency. I looked at the photographs again, studying my own face in each image. The distant expression wasn't unfamiliar. I'd seen it in mirrors lately, caught glimpses of it in store windows when I was running errands. It was the look of someone listening to instructions only they could hear. How many of my recent memories were real? The decision to move back into the house after the repairs, had that been my choice? The daily routines I'd fallen into, the routes I walked, the times I went to bed and woke up, did any of it originate from my own will? The ceramic cup on the floor, shattered now into a dozen pieces, caught the last light from the kitchen window. I knelt down and picked up the largest fragment, turning it over in my palm. On the bottom, barely visible, was a small electronic component, a tiny speaker, no bigger than a watch battery, embedded in the ceramic itself. The cup had been broadcasting the frequency directly into my hand. I stood up slowly, the fragment still in my palm, and looked around the kitchen with new eyes. How many other objects in this house weren't what they seemed? How many innocent-looking items contained hidden electronics, broadcasting signals designed to keep me compliant and confused? The buzzing was everywhere now, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath my feet. The entire house had become a transmission device, and I was standing in the center of it like a fly in a web. But who was the spider? My brother-in-law was dead, wasn't he? The fire, the investigation, the funeral I barely remembered attending. Or was that just another implanted memory, another story designed to keep me from asking the right questions? The scratching in the walls had stopped, but the footsteps above continued. Whoever was up there was moving with more urgency now, as if they knew I'd discovered something important. I could hear objects being dragged across the floor, the sound of equipment being hastily packed away. I grabbed the notebook and the electronic device, along with what remained of the photographs, and headed for the front door. But my hand froze on the doorknob. Where would I go? If my memories couldn't be trusted, how could I know who was safe to contact? My sister had keys to the house. She'd been bringing me meals, checking on me regularly. She would have had plenty of opportunities to replace objects, to monitor my behavior, to ensure the conditioning was working as planned. The letter had been addressed to her, after all. Behind me, I heard the soft sound of footsteps on the staircase. Someone was coming down from the second floor, moving with careful precision to avoid the creaks I knew were there. In a moment, they would round the corner and see me standing by the door with the evidence in my hands. I turned around slowly, still clutching the notebook and the device. The buzzing had reached a crescendo, filling my skull with white noise that made it hard to think clearly. Through the static, I could hear my own heartbeat, fast and irregular. A figure appeared at the bottom of the stairs, silhouetted against the dim light from the second floor. I couldn't make out the face, but the posture was familiar. The way they held their shoulders, the slight forward lean of their head. I'd seen this person before many times, but I couldn't quite place where or when. They raised one hand in what might have been a greeting or a warning. In their other hand, they held something small and rectangular. Another device, similar to the one I'd found in the box. The display glowed softly in the gathering darkness. "You weren't supposed to find those," they said, and their voice was familiar too. Not threatening exactly, but disappointed, like a teacher whose student had looked at the answers before finishing the test. The buzzing in my head shifted to a new frequency, lower and more penetrating. My grip on the notebook began to loosen despite my efforts to hold on. The photographs scattered at my feet like fallen leaves. Whatever was happening to me, whatever had been happening for months, it wasn't over. It might never be over. The figure stepped closer, and in the fading light from the kitchen window, I caught a glimpse of their face. It was familiar and strange at the same time, like looking at yourself in a funhouse mirror. Someone I should recognize, someone I should trust, but the buzzing made it impossible to hold on to the recognition long enough to understand what it meant. They were still talking, their voice mixing with the electronic hum until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. The words seemed important, but they kept slipping away from me like water through a sieve. Something about phases and completion, about success and necessary measures. The device in my hand was growing warm, its display cycling through numbers too quickly for me to read. The notebook had fallen open to a page I hadn't seen before, filled with diagrams that hurt to look at directly. And somewhere in the walls around us, that patient scratching had resumed, as if whatever lived there was preparing for the next phase of a plan I was only beginning to understand. Story 5. I stood in the dim room, my gaze fixed on the curtain that swayed without a breeze. The stillness around me was dense, every soft shuffle of old wood seemed amplified by the silence. Shadows clung to the corners, elongating with each passing second, yet nothing moved beyond their reach. A clock that hung in the corner ticked with a rhythm that felt off, like a heartbeat just out of sync. My breath shallow, I remained in place, waiting for reason to return to the unfamiliar space. It wasn't until the curtain paused its restless motion that I noticed the door behind it was ajar, a space that had been hidden until now. The fabric itself was peculiar burgundy velvet with a pattern that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. Roses, I thought at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the half-light, the shapes transformed into something more abstract. Thorns, perhaps, or fingers reaching toward each other across an impossible distance. The material was heavy, expensive, the kind that belonged in houses where people spoke in whispers and kept secrets behind locked drawers. I had seen curtains like this before, though I couldn't place where. The memory sat at the edge of my consciousness like a word on the tip of my tongue. The door beyond revealed only darkness, a throat waiting to swallow whatever crossed its threshold. The gap was narrow, maybe 6 inches, but it felt deliberate, not the casual opening of a door left unlatched, but positioned with intention. As if someone had measured the exact distance needed to create unease without revealing purpose. The wood was painted white, though years had yellowed it to the color of old teeth. Paint chips scattered the floor beneath it like fallen snow, and I wondered how long it had been since anyone had passed through that doorway. Behind me, the clock continued its irregular rhythm. When I turned to examine it more closely, I saw it was an old schoolhouse model, the kind with Roman numerals and hands that moved with visible jerks rather than smooth sweeps. The minute hand trembled between positions, as though uncertain of its destination. The face bore water stains that had dried into maps of imaginary continents, and the brass pendulum caught what little light filtered through the heavy curtains covering the room's single window. That window troubled me more than the door. While the hidden entrance suggested secrets, the covered window felt like denial or refusal to acknowledge whatever lay beyond the glass. The curtains there were different from the burgundy velvet, a heavy brocade in deep green that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. They hung perfectly straight, without the mysterious movement of their burgundy counterpart, but their stillness felt more ominous than motion. They had been drawn with purpose, creating a tomb-like atmosphere that made me want to breathe more quietly. The floorboards beneath my feet told their own story through creaks and sighs. Each plank was wide, the kind cut from old-growth trees that no longer existed, and they bore the scars of decades, heel marks worn into pathways between door and window, scratches that could have come from furniture or something more desperate. One board near the center of the room had been replaced, its color slightly different from its neighbors, and I found myself staring at it with growing unease. What had happened to necessitate that replacement? A photograph sat on the mantelpiece, though calling it a mantelpiece was generous. The fireplace had been bricked up long ago, leaving only a shelf where one might have rested their arm while watching flames dance. The photograph was turned face down, its silver frame tarnished black in places. I had not touched it, but something about its positioning suggested recent handling, not the settled dust of abandonment, but the careful placement of something too painful to view yet too precious to discard. The air itself carried weight, thick with the scent of old wood and something else, something organic that I couldn't identify. Not decay exactly, but the smell of things kept too long in darkness. It reminded me of root cellars and attics, spaces where time moved differently and objects took on lives of their own. Each breath felt like an intrusion, as though I was disturbing something that had achieved a delicate balance through years of solitude. My shoes had left marks in the dust, a trail that led from wherever I had entered to where I now stood. But looking back, I couldn't remember crossing the threshold. The footprints appeared deliberate, purposeful, as though I had known exactly where I was going. Yet the room felt entirely foreign, a space that existed outside my experience, even as details nagged at the edges of recognition. The wallpaper drew my attention next a pattern of intertwining vines that created an optical illusion of movement when viewed peripherally. In direct light, it was merely old-fashioned, the kind of design that had been popular in another era. But in the dim atmosphere of the closed room, the vines seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, separate from the erratic ticking of the clock. I found myself following their paths with my eyes, losing myself in their complexity until I realized I had been standing motionless for several minutes. A key lay on the windowsill behind the green curtains, though I only discovered it when my hand brushed against the fabric. It was old brass, ornate in the way of keys that opened important things, not simple door locks, but treasure chests or jewelry boxes or rooms that contained more than furniture. The metal was warm to the touch, as though recently held, and it left a faint residue on my fingers that smelled of copper and something sharper. The silence began to feel less empty and more expectant, not the absence of sound, but the presence of listening. The walls themselves seemed to lean inward, though when I looked directly at them, they remained perfectly vertical. It was a trick of perception, perhaps, or the effect of spending too long in a space where natural light had been banished. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the room was aware of my presence, that it was waiting for me to understand something crucial. Books lined a shelf I hadn't noticed before, though it stood in plain sight against the far wall. Their spines were uniform in size but varied in color, creating a pattern that suggested careful arrangement rather than casual collection. None bore visible titles, as though someone had deliberately obscured their identities. When I approached for a closer look, I saw that thin strips of paper had been pasted over the original lettering, not removed, but hidden. The adhesive had yellowed with age, curling at the edges to reveal tantalizing glimpses of letters beneath. The burgundy curtain moved again, though I felt no air current. This time the motion revealed more of the hidden door, and I could see that the darkness beyond was not complete. A faint light emanated from somewhere deeper in the house, not electric, but the warm glow of flame or oil. It flickered irregularly, creating shadows that danced across the doorframe like figures in some silent performance. My reflection caught my eye in a mirror I hadn't seen before, positioned to capture anyone standing in the center of the room. The glass was old, silvered with age spots that fragmented my image into pieces, but it was my expression that unsettled me, alert, expectant, as though I was waiting for something I couldn't name. I looked like someone who belonged in this room, who understood its secrets, and that recognition sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with temperature. The replaced floorboard creaked differently from its neighbors when I stepped on it, not the dry complaint of old wood, but a sound with more substance, as though something lay beneath it. The thought came unbidden and unwelcome, but once formed, it refused to leave. I found myself staring down at the wood, noting how the nails that held it in place were newer than those around it, their heads still bearing the marks of recent hammering. A music box sat on a side table, its lid closed but somehow suggesting melody. The wood was polished to a deep shine that reflected the room's dim light, and mother-of-pearl inlays created a pattern of flowers around its edges. A tiny key protruded from its side, and I realized that the silence in the room might not be natural, that perhaps music had been playing until recently, wound down to nothing while I stood transfixed by curtains and doors and shadows. The scent in the air grew stronger, more distinct. Not decay, but preservation, the smell of things kept carefully, maintained in states that defied natural progression. It reminded me of museums and funeral homes, places where time was held at bay through human intervention. My nose began to associate it with the faint sweetness of flowers, though no blooms were visible in the dusty space. When I looked again at the face-down photograph, I noticed that my own reflection in its glass backing showed not where I stood, but where I had been moments before a delay that suggested either faulty perception or something more troubling. The silver frame bore fingerprints that could have been mine, though I was certain I hadn't touched it. They were fresh prints, the oils still visible against the tarnished metal. The hidden door opened wider, though I saw no hand push it. The movement was gradual, purposeful, revealing more of the flickering light beyond. The illumination cast my shadow across the floor, but the shadow seemed wrong, somehow too long, or positioned at an angle that didn't match my stance. It reached toward the replaced floorboard as though drawn by magnetism. The clock's irregular ticking began to sound less like mechanical failure and more like a code patterns of fast and slow that might carry meaning for those who knew how to interpret them. I found myself counting the intervals, searching for repetition or significance, until I realized that the effort was changing my breathing, my heartbeat, synchronizing my body's rhythms with the broken timepiece. That burgundy curtain held my attention again, its mysterious motion now seeming less random and more communicative. The fabric swayed in what might have been a greeting, or a warning, or an invitation to approach the door it had been hiding. The roses in its pattern, if they were roses, seemed to bloom and wither in the shifting light, their thorns growing more prominent with each subtle movement. The room had become a living thing, breathing around me with the patience of something that had waited a very long time. Every element, curtain, clock, door, floorboard, pulsed with purpose I was only beginning to understand. The key in my hand grew warmer, the music box hummed with potential melody, and the photograph on the mantel seemed to vibrate with suppressed revelation. I remained motionless, surrounded by these patient objects, while understanding crept through me like dawn through heavy curtains. The room knew me, had been waiting for me, and everything within it had been arranged for this moment of recognition. The shadows that had seemed so ominous now felt welcoming, and the silence that had pressed against my ears now sang with possibility. The face-down photograph trembled once, as though something had disturbed the shelf beneath it, and I knew that when I finally found the courage to turn it over, I would see a face that explained everything and nothing at all. Story 6. It started as a curious melody, lingering in the background of my daily routine. Around mid-morning, a series of notes would drift through the air from a nearby window, 4 distinct notes, repeated twice, always in the same order. It was like a pleasant whisper, a part of the day I never questioned. But yesterday, something changed. The first sequence was played 4 times instead of 2, and the following notes felt hurried, almost panicked. As I returned home today, the melody was missing one of its notes altogether. Now, an unfamiliar silence fills the gaps, leaving me unsettled. I press my palm against the kitchen counter, feeling the cool granite beneath my fingertips. The surface is smooth, unforgiving, like the silence that replaced those notes. My coffee has gone cold while I've been standing here, listening for something that isn't coming. The apartment across the courtyard stares back at me through its third-floor window. Curtains drawn. They've been drawn since Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? Time blurs when you're waiting for a sound that defines your morning rhythm. I should explain about the woman, the one I never met but knew intimately through her music. She played piano every morning at 10:15, never earlier, never later, 4 notes ascending, then the same 4 descending, twice, always twice. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, but those seconds became the punctuation mark that separated my first cup of coffee from my second. I started timing it after the first week, not consciously. My body just learned to anticipate, the way you know a traffic light is about to change, or how you can sense someone watching you from across a room. The detective asked me about timing when I called. His voice carried that professional skepticism reserved for citizens who report things that aren't quite crimes. So you never actually saw this person? No, but... And you don't know if they moved, went on vacation, maybe just stopped playing. I couldn't explain the urgency in those final notes. How do you describe panic in a melody to someone who wasn't there to hear it? My notebook sits open on the counter. I've been tracking the pattern for 3 weeks now, though I didn't realize that's what I was doing until yesterday. The pages show small marks, like a prisoner counting days. 10:15, 4 notes twice. 10:15, 4 notes twice. The consistency is almost violent in its precision. Then the deviation, Tuesday, 10:15, 4 notes 4 times. The repetition felt wrong, like a record skipping. Wednesday, 10:12, the notes came faster, compressed into maybe 15 seconds instead of 30. Thursday, nothing. The building superintendent has kind eyes but tired shoulders. He's the type who's heard every complaint, every worry, every middle-of-the-night emergency call. When I approached him in the lobby, he was already shaking his head before I finished speaking. 3rd floor corner unit, she's been there 2 years, quiet tenant, pays on time. But have you seen her recently? I don't keep tabs on everyone who comes and goes. His answer felt rehearsed, like he'd given it before, to other people asking other questions about the same woman. I remember now, there was another conversation weeks ago. A man in the courtyard looking up at that same window. He was older, wearing a coat too heavy for the weather. I watched him from my kitchen, the way I watch everything from my kitchen. He stood there for maybe 10 minutes, checking his watch, shifting his weight from foot to foot. When the piano started that morning, he looked up sharply. His shoulders relaxed. He walked away before the second repetition finished. Who waits for a melody like that? The police report was filed under welfare check, standard procedure when someone expresses concern about a neighbor's well-being. The responding officer knocked on the door, received no answer, noted that the building manager had no reason for concern, and closed the case. No signs of distress or disturbance, the report stated. Resident may be traveling or temporarily relocated. But residents who travel don't play piano with increasing desperation before they leave. I've been thinking about sound, how it travels, how it carries meaning beyond words. My grandmother used to hum while she cooked, the same 3 bars of a song I never learned the name of. When she stopped humming, we knew something was wrong days before the doctors confirmed it. The woman across the courtyard never hummed, never played full songs, just those four notes like a daily proof of existence. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. The apartment manager finally returned my calls on Friday. Her voice carried the brittle patience of someone who deals with tenant concerns professionally. I can't discuss specific residents, but I can tell you we haven't received any complaints about noise or disturbances in that unit. What about rent? Has it been paid? I really can't. Is the apartment still occupied? A pause. As far as I know. As far as she knows, the phrase echoes in my mind like those missing notes. I started walking by the building's main entrance, not stalking, just observing, the way you might watch birds or study cloud patterns, looking for signs of life, evidence of routine. The mailboxes in the lobby have small windows. Third floor, corner unit, the mail slot is full. Catalogs and bills creating a small paper dam behind the narrow opening. How long does mail pile up before someone notices? The doorman changes shifts at 6. The evening person is younger, more talkative. When I asked about the woman in the corner unit, his expression shifted. The piano lady, haven't heard her playing lately. So others noticed too. Others listened for those notes, marked their absence. She seemed nice, he continued. Always nodded when she passed through, kept to herself but polite, you know. Past tense, he spoke about her in past tense without realizing it. I dreamed about the melody last night. In the dream, I was playing it myself, but my fingers couldn't find the right keys. The notes came out distorted, wrong. I woke with my hands clenched, fingertips sore as if I'd actually been pressing piano keys for hours. The courtyard looks different now. The third floor window has become a focal point, drawing my attention even when I'm trying to focus on other things. The curtains haven't moved, not even a flutter from air conditioning or heating vents. I called the police again. A different officer this time, with less patience for citizen concerns. Ma'am, we conducted a welfare check. There's no evidence of foul play or emergency. People have the right to stop playing piano. But what if she can't play? What if something happened? Then someone who actually knows her would report her missing. The assumption stung. That I was just a nosy neighbor inventing problems where none existed. But what if no one actually knew her? What if those morning notes were her only connection to the world outside her apartment? I've been researching isolation, how people can disappear without disappearing, how they can be present but not accounted for. The elderly woman who died in her apartment and wasn't found for 3 months. The man who had a stroke and couldn't reach his phone. The stories pile up like evidence of how easily we can slip through the cracks of other people's awareness. The melody is becoming distorted in my memory. I can't recall if the fourth note was higher or lower than the third. The timing feels uncertain now, stretched or compressed by anxiety. What if I imagine the panic in those final repetitions? What if the deviation was normal and I'm the one who changed? I found a recording on my phone, not intentional, a voice memo I started while the piano was playing in the background. The notes are there, faint but clear, 4 ascending, 4 descending, twice. The timestamp shows last Monday, 10:15 exactly. I play it back obsessively, listening for clues in the tone, the spacing, the pressure of fingers against keys. The melody sounds innocent in the recording, pleasant, even, nothing desperate or wrong. But recordings lie. They capture sound without context, notes without the weight of repetition, the significance of routine disrupted. The building's garbage collection happens on Tuesdays. I started checking the bins, looking for signs of life from the third floor. Takeout containers, mail, anything that might indicate ongoing occupancy. The maintenance worker caught me searching through the recycling. You looking for something specific? I couldn't explain without sounding unhinged. Just thought I dropped something. He nodded, but his expression suggested he'd remember my face, file it away under residents who act strangely. The corner unit's curtains are beige, heavy fabric that blocks light completely. I never noticed the color before, never paid attention to their density. Now they seem deliberate, chosen specifically to prevent anyone from seeing inside. Or to prevent someone inside from seeing out. I keep returning to that man in the courtyard, his relief when the music started, his quick departure before it finished. Someone else was tracking those notes, depending on them for reassurance. Family member, friend, or something else entirely. The building has security cameras in the lobby, standard practice for apartment complexes. The footage would show who comes and goes, when the woman was last seen entering or leaving her unit. But accessing those recordings requires official justification, police involvement, evidence of actual wrongdoing. Suspicion isn't evidence. Concern isn't proof. I drafted a letter to the building management, formal language, measured tone, a request for wellness check based on observable changes in routine. I never sent it. The words looked paranoid on paper, the concerns of someone with too much time and too much attention focused on other people's lives. But what's the alternative? Ignoring the silence, pretending those panicked repetitions never happened. The melody has been replaced by other sounds now. Traffic noise, air conditioning units, the neighbor's television. The courtyard's acoustic landscape has shifted, filled in the gap where those notes used to live. I miss them, not just the music, but the certainty they provided. The proof that someone else was maintaining routine, marking time, continuing to exist in the space across from mine. Yesterday I saw a moving truck outside the building, not large, just a van with two workers carrying boxes. They made several trips to the third floor. When I asked the doorman about it, he shrugged. People move out all the time. But people who move out usually move themselves. They pack their belongings, arrange for utilities to be disconnected, forward their mail. They don't just disappear, leaving others to clean up the evidence of their existence. The new tenant moved in this morning. I heard furniture being arranged, voices discussing placement of a sofa, a bed, normal sounds of habitation. Through my kitchen window, I can see light behind those beige curtains for the first time in weeks. No piano music yet. Maybe there never will be. I keep checking the time at 10:15. My body still expects those notes, still pauses in anticipation of a melody that defined my mornings for months. The absence has become its own routine, its own form of waiting. The man in the heavy coat hasn't returned to the courtyard. I watch for him sometimes, wondering if he's also listening for notes that don't come, if he's also questioning what happened to the woman who played them. Or if he already knows. The police report remains filed under welfare check, no action required. The building management considers the matter resolved. The apartment has new occupants, the rent is being paid, the system continues to function. But I can't shake the feeling that something ended abruptly, that those final, frantic repetitions were a message I failed to decode, a call for help disguised as music, hidden in plain sound. I still listen at 10:15, still pause my morning routine, waiting for 4 notes that might never come again. The silence has become a presence, a reminder that some disappearances happen gradually, then all at once. The coffee grows cold in my cup. The granite countertop feels smooth and certain beneath my palm. The courtyard stares back, keeping its secrets behind new curtains, new voices, new routines that will eventually become as familiar as the old ones. But I'll remember the melody, the way it sounded when it was desperate, the way it felt when it was gone. And I'll keep listening just in case. Story 7. I had just fastened the last button on my coat. The fabric hugged my frame a bit too tightly, a reminder of how things had been left unattended for too long. My fingertips brushed the wool, tracing its familiar pattern, but my chest tightened with an unfamiliar weight. Outside, a breeze wrapped itself around me, carrying a metallic taste that clung to my tongue. I paused, feeling the space around me shift, as if the night itself had taken a breath. The pressure beneath my thumb eased suddenly, and I realized the button was undone. Something about the air felt different now, as if a door had closed behind me without a sound. The streetlights cast uneven shadows across the pavement, creating pockets of darkness that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. I found myself walking toward the house where it had happened, though I couldn't remember making the conscious decision to come here. My shoes clicked against the concrete with a hollow sound that echoed off the empty buildings. Each step felt deliberate, yet disconnected from my will. The house stood exactly as I remembered it, yet something fundamental had changed. The windows reflected the amber glow of the street lamps, but behind that reflection I sensed movement, not the obvious kind that would make me turn and look directly, but the peripheral flutter that exists just beyond certainty. The front door was painted the same deep blue it had always been, though now it appeared almost black in the dim light. I reached into my pocket and felt the cold metal of keys that weren't mine. The weight of them surprised me. When I picked them up, the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I could recall reaching for something on a table, the sound of metal against wood, but the context remained frustratingly elusive. The key turned in the lock with a soft click that seemed too loud in the stillness. Inside, the air carried the scent of something I couldn't identify, not quite floral, not quite chemical. It reminded me of the way fabric softener smells when it's been sitting in a closed room for too long. Sweet, but with an underlying staleness that made my throat constrict slightly. The living room appeared undisturbed, but I knew that meant nothing. Investigators had been through here multiple times, photographing, measuring, collecting. They had returned everything to its approximate original position, but approximation isn't the same as truth. The couch cushions sat slightly askew. The coffee table had been moved perhaps an inch to the left. These small displacements created an atmosphere of wrongness that I felt in my bones. I moved through the space slowly, letting my fingers trail along surfaces. The mantelpiece felt dusty, though it looked clean. The television screen reflected my distorted image back at me, making my face appear wider, my eyes larger than they should be. I found myself staring at this reflection, trying to recognize the person looking back. The features were familiar, but the expression seemed foreign, as if someone else was wearing my face. In the kitchen, I opened the refrigerator without thinking. The light illuminated expired milk, wilted lettuce, a container of something that might have been soup. Normal things, but their presence felt accusatory. Someone had been living here, making plans, buying groceries for meals they would never eat. The hum of the appliance filled the silence with a low, steady drone that seemed to vibrate through my chest. I closed the door and noticed a piece of paper stuck beneath a magnet on the side. A grocery list written in handwriting I didn't recognize, though something about the way the letters leaned to the right seemed familiar. The items were mundane: bread, eggs, coffee, batteries. But at the bottom, in different ink, someone had added a single word that made my pulse quicken. My own name, written in letters that looked nothing like the rest of the list. The basement door stood slightly ajar, revealing a slice of darkness that seemed to pull at my peripheral vision. I had been down there before during the initial investigation, but my memories of that descent felt fragmented. I remembered the wooden steps creaking under my weight, the smell of damp concrete, the single bare bulb that cast harsh shadows across cardboard boxes and forgotten furniture. Now standing at the threshold, I hesitated. The air rising from below carried that same metallic taste I had noticed outside, but concentrated, almost thick enough to chew. My hand found the light switch, and the bulb flickered to life with a soft buzz. The stairs descended into a space that looked exactly as I remembered, yet felt completely different. Each step downward seemed to take longer than it should. The walls pressed closer, though I knew they hadn't moved. At the bottom, I found myself surrounded by the detritus of an interrupted life. Boxes labeled in careful handwriting, holiday decorations that would never be used again, an exercise bike draped with clothes that still held the faint scent of laundry detergent. But it was the corner that drew my attention, the corner where they had found the evidence that changed everything. The concrete floor showed no visible signs of what had occurred here, but I could feel the weight of that history pressing down from above. The air itself seemed denser in this spot, as if the molecules had rearranged themselves around the memory of violence. I knelt and placed my palm flat against the cold surface. Through the concrete, I imagined I could feel the earth beneath, and beneath that, layers of sediment and stone that had existed long before this house, long before any of us. The thought should have been comforting, a reminder of perspective and impermanence, but instead it filled me with a creeping dread. Standing, I turned to examine the boxes more closely. Most were sealed with tape and labeled with the efficient handwriting I had seen upstairs. But one box sat open, its contents visible in the harsh light. Photographs, hundreds of them, scattered as if someone had been searching through them quickly. I lifted a handful and found myself looking at faces I recognized, though I couldn't place where or when I had seen them. The photographs seemed to span years, maybe decades. Some were formal portraits, others casual snapshots, but in each image I noticed the same thing. The subjects were looking slightly to the left of the camera, as if their attention had been caught by something just outside the frame. Their expressions held a quality I couldn't name, something between anticipation and unease. At the bottom of the box, beneath the scattered photographs, my fingers found something unexpected. A small recording device, the kind used for interviews or meetings. The red light indicated it was still recording, though I had no memory of turning it on. I pressed the stop button and rewound it, then pressed play. My own voice filled the basement, speaking words I didn't remember saying. The recording was fragmented, as if someone had been starting and stopping it repeatedly. I heard myself asking questions. When did you first notice, and how long had it been going on? But the responses, if there were any, had been edited out, leaving only my voice speaking into apparent silence. The most disturbing part was the tone of my voice on the recording. It sounded confident, almost interrogating, completely unlike the uncertainty I felt now. Listening to myself speak these questions, I began to wonder if I had been here before, not as an investigator, but as something else entirely. I climbed back upstairs, the recording device heavy in my pocket. The house felt different now, as if it were watching me with the same attention I was paying to it. In the hallway, I noticed something I had missed before, a series of small holes in the wall, perfectly round and spaced at regular intervals. They were barely visible, painted over multiple times, but once I saw them, they seemed to demand explanation. I pressed my eye to one of the holes and found myself looking into the adjacent room. From this angle, I could see the entire space, including areas that would be hidden from someone standing in the doorway. The holes had been drilled deliberately, strategically placed to provide maximum visibility while remaining nearly invisible to casual observation. The realization that someone had been watching, documenting, recording the activities in this house sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. But more disturbing was the growing certainty that I knew who had drilled these holes, and when and why. The knowledge sat at the edge of my consciousness, refusing to come into full focus, like trying to remember a dream after waking. I moved through the house again, this time looking for other signs of surveillance. In the bedroom, I found a small camera concealed behind a picture frame. In the bathroom, another device hidden in the ventilation grate. The living room revealed two more, positioned to capture different angles of the same space. Someone had turned this house into an observation post, documenting every movement, every conversation, every private moment. The question that haunted me was not who had installed this equipment, but why I felt so familiar with its placement. I knew without looking where the next camera would be hidden. I could predict which angles had been chosen and why. This knowledge felt like muscle memory, as if my hands had placed these devices even as my mind refused to acknowledge the action. In the master bedroom, I sat on the edge of the bed and tried to piece together the fragments of memory that kept surfacing and submerging like debris in dark water. I remembered being in this room before, but not as an investigator. I remembered the weight of the recording equipment, the careful placement of cameras, the satisfaction of achieving perfect coverage of the space below. But alongside these memories came others that contradicted them entirely. I remembered being the one watched, the one recorded, the subject rather than the observer. Both sets of memories felt equally real and equally false, as if my mind was playing out different versions of the same events, unable to settle on a single truth. The sound of a car door slamming outside brought me back to the present. Through the bedroom window, I watched a figure approach the house. Even in the dim light, I recognized the walk, the way the shoulders held tension, the deliberate pace that suggested purpose rather than casual arrival. This person had been here before many times and knew exactly where they were going. I heard the front door open without the sound of keys or locks. Footsteps moved through the house below, confident and familiar. I remained motionless on the bed, listening as the visitor moved from room to room, checking, searching, or simply remembering. The footsteps paused at the basement door, and I heard the creak of the wooden stairs as the person descended. When they returned, the footsteps moved directly toward the bedroom where I sat. I had time to hide, to escape through the window, to call out and identify myself. Instead, I remained frozen, waiting to see what would unfold. The bedroom door opened slowly, and the visitor stepped inside. We looked at each other across the dim space, two figures connected by knowledge neither of us wanted to acknowledge. The recognition was instant and mutual, though I couldn't have explained how or why. This person's face held the same expression I had seen in my own reflection earlier, familiar features arranged into something foreign and unsettling. "You found the recordings," they said, and it wasn't a question. I nodded, though I wasn't sure which recordings they meant. The device in my pocket seemed to grow heavier, but there were others I knew. Hours of footage, conversations, moments that had been captured and preserved for reasons that remained unclear. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this," they continued, moving to stand by the window. "The watching was supposed to be enough." I wanted to ask what had changed, what had escalated the situation beyond mere observation. But the question felt dangerous, as if speaking it aloud would force us both to confront truths we weren't prepared to handle. Instead, I found myself saying, "How long have you known?" They turned from the window, and in the reflected streetlight, I saw my own uncertainty mirrored in their expression. Known what? That you were involved, that you were watching too, that we were watching each other. The questions hung in the air between us, each one opening new possibilities and closing others. I realized that neither of us was entirely sure what we knew, or what we suspected, or what we feared. We were both investigators and subjects, observers and observed, caught in a web of surveillance that had somehow become self-sustaining. "The police think they understand what happened here," I said. "Do they?" I considered this question seriously. The official investigation had concluded with arrests, charges, a narrative that satisfied the requirements of justice and closure. But sitting in this room, surrounded by the evidence of a more complex truth, that narrative felt incomplete, like a story with crucial pages missing. "I think," I said slowly, "that everyone involved knew more than they admitted, including us." The visitor nodded, a gesture that seemed to encompass not just agreement but resignation. We had both been drawn back to this house by the same compulsion, the same need to understand our role in events that had spiraled beyond anyone's control. But understanding, I was beginning to realize, might be less important than accepting the ambiguity that would always surround what had happened here. We sat in silence as the night deepened around us. Outside, the streetlights continued their steady illumination of empty pavement. Inside, the house held its secrets with the same patient determination it had always shown. The recording devices continued their work, documenting our presence, our conversation, our shared uncertainty. I thought about the photographs in the basement, all those faces looking just beyond the camera's frame. Now I understood what they had been seeing, the knowledge that they were being observed, recorded, made part of someone else's story without their consent or understanding. That expression I had noticed wasn't anticipation or unease, but the recognition that they were no longer in control of their own narrative. As I prepared to leave, I realized that I would carry this uncertainty with me always. The truth of what had happened in this house would remain as elusive as smoke, shifting shape depending on the angle of observation. The crime, if there had been one, was not the violence that had brought the police here, but the more subtle violation of turning human lives into objects of study, surveillance subjects whose privacy had been sacrificed to someone else's need to know. I buttoned my coat again as I stepped back into the night air. This time the fabric felt looser, more comfortable, though nothing about my physical circumstances had changed. The metallic taste was gone from the breeze, replaced by something cleaner but no less complex. Behind me, the house settled back into its patient waiting, ready for the next visitor who would come seeking answers and leave with only more questions. The recording device in my pocket had started again, though I hadn't touched it. As I walked away, it documented my footsteps, my breathing, the sound of my key in my car door. Somewhere, I knew, other devices were recording other people making similar departures from similar scenes, all of us connected by the invisible threads of observation and complicity that had brought us to this moment. The truth, I realized, was not something to be discovered, but something to be lived with, carried like a weight that never becomes comfortable, but eventually becomes familiar. In the end, we are all both watchers and watched, investigators and evidence, seeking answers to questions we may not have the courage to fully understand. Story 8. The weight of silence. The automatic door didn't slide open. I halted, expecting the familiar whoosh, but the frame stood indifferent. As I walked inside, the air felt heavy, clinging to the skin like an unwelcome presence. My footsteps should have echoed across the tiled floor, but the sound was absorbed by an unnatural hush. The light sensors above remained dim, their usual shimmer absent, as if avoiding acknowledgement. Each step felt like wading through a deep sleep, my surroundings curiously detached from time. I reached out to touch the wall, yet the surface seemed to retreat from my fingers, refusing to be felt. In that suspended silence, I was stranded between certainty and an unraveling impression. The building belonged to my workplace, but I wasn't there for routine business. 3 weeks had passed since my colleague vanished without explanation. The official story claimed a sudden resignation, a family emergency that required immediate departure. Yet her desk remained exactly as she'd left it, coffee cup still bearing the faint ring of lipstick, a half-eaten sandwich wrapped in plastic, wilting flowers in a small vase. I had been assigned to clear out her belongings, a task that felt more like grave robbing than administrative duty. The security guard who let me in avoided eye contact, his usual friendly demeanor replaced by nervous fidgeting. He mentioned the building had been experiencing electrical issues since she disappeared, lights flickering without cause, doors malfunctioning at random intervals. Her workspace occupied a corner cubicle near the emergency exit. As I approached, the scent of her perfume still lingered, something floral mixed with vanilla, now turned slightly sour in the stagnant air. I pulled open the first drawer, revealing the usual office debris, pens, paper clips, breath mints. But underneath a stack of invoices, my fingers discovered something unexpected. A small digital recorder, no bigger than a matchbook, lay hidden beneath routine paperwork. The device felt warm to the touch, as if recently used. I pressed the play button, and her voice filled the empty office space. I can't shake the feeling that someone has been in my apartment. Nothing obvious, nothing stolen, but things feel different. The coffee maker was unplugged when I came home, and I never unplug it. The bathroom mirror had fingerprints that weren't mine, smaller hands, different pattern. Her voice carried a tremor I'd never noticed during our daily interactions. She had always seemed composed, even during stressful deadlines. This recording revealed someone else entirely, someone afraid. The landlord claims no one has accessed my unit, but the spare key I kept under the flower pot was moved, just slightly, but enough for me to notice. I've started taking pictures of how I leave things, documenting the placement of objects before I go to work. I paused the recording, my heart racing despite the mundane setting. The office felt different now, as if invisible eyes were watching from the shadows between fluorescent fixtures. I glanced around, confirming I was alone, then continued listening. There's more. I found a business card tucked into my mailbox advertising a private investigation service. No message, no explanation, just the card. When I called the number, a man answered but claimed he'd never heard of the company printed on the card. He sounded genuinely confused, almost frightened when I described finding it. The recording continued for several more minutes, documenting a pattern of subtle intrusions and psychological harassment. She mentioned receiving hang-up calls at specific times, finding her car moved to different parking spaces, discovering that her grocery purchases had been mysteriously supplemented with items she never selected. I ejected the device and slipped it into my jacket pocket. The weight of it felt significant, like carrying evidence of something larger than a simple missing person case. As I continued sorting through her belongings, each item seemed to carry hidden meaning. A calendar with certain dates circled in red ink, a notebook filled with license plate numbers and timestamps, photographs of strangers taken from a distance. The deeper I dug, the more apparent it became that she had been conducting her own investigation into the harassment. Her methodical documentation painted a picture of someone systematically terrorizing her, using techniques designed to make her question her own sanity. Among her papers, I discovered copies of police reports she had filed. Each complaint was dismissed as paranoia or stress-related delusions. The responding officers noted no evidence of breaking and entering, no signs of stalking, no credible threats. Their reports described a woman experiencing work-related anxiety, possibly suffering from depression or substance abuse. But her documentation told a different story. Time-stamped photographs showed objects in her apartment moved between her departure and return. Security footage from her building's lobby revealed the same unfamiliar figure appearing on multiple dates, always just out of clear view. Phone records highlighted a pattern of calls from untraceable numbers, each lasting exactly 30 seconds. I photographed every page, every image, every piece of evidence she had compiled. The pattern was undeniable once viewed in aggregate, yet subtle enough that individual incidents could be explained away as coincidence or paranoia. As I packed the last of her belongings, I noticed something odd about the emergency exit near her desk. The door showed signs of recent use, fresh scratches around the lock mechanism, disturbed dust patterns on the floor. This exit led directly to the parking garage, bypassing the main lobby and its security cameras. The security guard found me examining the door. His nervous energy had intensified, and he kept glancing over his shoulder as if expecting unwelcome company. "Strange thing about that door," he said without prompting. "It's been opening by itself lately. Maintenance claims there's nothing wrong with the mechanism, but I've seen it swing open when no one's around. Always happens during the overnight shift when the building's supposed to be empty." He leaned closer, lowering his voice to barely above a whisper. "The thing is, I've been checking the security logs. Every time that door opens mysteriously, there's a gap in the camera footage. Just a few minutes missing, but always right around the same time the door activates." I asked him about my colleague's final days at work, whether he'd noticed anything unusual about her behavior or routine. His expression grew troubled, as if accessing memories he'd rather leave buried. "She started staying late, real late. I do my final rounds and find her still at that desk, just staring at her computer screen. When I'd check on her, she'd act startled, like she'd forgotten where she was. She asked me once if I'd noticed anyone else in the building after hours, anyone who didn't belong." "How'd you?" "That's the thing," he said, rubbing his temples. "I started paying closer attention after she mentioned it. There were sounds sometimes, footsteps in areas where no one should be, but whenever I investigated, I'd find nothing. Empty hallways, locked doors, everything normal, made me question my own hearing." I thanked him and headed home, my mind churning with questions. The evidence suggested a sophisticated campaign of psychological warfare, but identifying the perpetrator remained impossible. The harassment was too subtle, too carefully orchestrated to leave conventional traces. That night I listened to the remaining recordings. Her voice grew increasingly strained as the entries progressed, documenting an escalation in the mysterious activities. She described finding personal items in public places, her missing earring in a coffee shop she rarely visited, a book from her apartment sitting on a park bench she passed during her morning jog. "I'm starting to think this isn't random," she said in one of the final recordings. "Someone wants me to know they can access my life whenever they choose. They're not trying to hide their presence anymore, they're flaunting it. The question is why. What do they want from me? The last recording was different in tone, more resigned than frightened. I've made a decision. I can't continue living like this, constantly looking over my shoulder, questioning every shadow. If someone wants to play games with my sanity, I refuse to participate. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront this situation directly. That recording was dated the day before her disappearance. I spent the following weeks retracing her steps, visiting the locations mentioned in her documentation. The coffee shop where she found her earring had no security cameras. The park bench was in a secluded area with no witnesses. Every lead dissolved under scrutiny, leaving behind only the faint impression of deliberate orchestration. Her apartment had been cleaned out by a moving company, according to the landlord. He claimed she had arranged the service herself, providing written authorization and payment in advance. When I asked to see the documentation, he produced a lease termination notice bearing her signature, though something about the handwriting seemed forced, unnatural. The moving company had no record of the job. Their dispatcher insisted they hadn't serviced that address in months, and certainly not for anyone matching her description. Yet her belongings were gone, the apartment sanitized and prepared for new tenants. I began to understand the true sophistication of whatever force had targeted her. Every action was calculated to appear legitimate while erasing evidence of its own existence. Official paperwork materialized when needed, then vanished when investigated. Witnesses provided conflicting accounts that canceled each other out. The police detective assigned to her missing person case was dismissive when I presented the evidence I'd compiled. He characterized her recordings as the paranoid delusions of an unstable individual, suggesting that her disappearance was likely voluntary, a escape from mounting psychological pressure. People create their own mysteries sometimes, he said, barely glancing at the photographs and documentation. They imagine threats that don't exist, then run from shadows of their own making. We see it more often than you'd think. But I had held that recorder in my hands, heard the genuine fear in her voice. The evidence was too detailed, too consistent to dismiss as delusion. Someone had methodically dismantled her sense of security, then erased both her and the traces of their campaign. I found myself adopting her investigative methods, documenting my own daily routines and surroundings. Within a week, I noticed the first irregularities, small things easily explained as forgetfulness or coincidence. My morning newspaper appeared on a different step. The radio in my car was tuned to a station I never listened to. A window I was certain I'd closed stood slightly ajar. The realization struck with cold clarity. I had become the next target. The pattern was identical to her experience, beginning with subtle disruptions designed to create doubt. I photographed everything, maintained detailed logs, recorded my observations, but even as I documented each incident, I questioned my own perceptions. Was I seeing connections that didn't exist? Had investigating her case infected me with the same paranoia that consumed her? The doubt was the most insidious aspect of the harassment. Each incident was small enough to be explained away, but collectively they formed an undeniable pattern. The perpetrator understood human psychology, knew exactly how to exploit the gap between perception and proof. I tried to identify who might have targeted both of us, searching for connections between our lives. We worked for the same company but in different departments. Our social circles didn't overlap. We had no shared enemies or romantic entanglements. The only common thread was our workplace proximity and the timing of our experiences. Then I discovered something that changed everything. Hidden in the metadata of her digital photographs was information about when and where each image was captured. The timestamps revealed she had been documenting incidents not just at home and work, but in locations she had never mentioned in her recordings. Places I recognized because I frequented them myself: the grocery store where I shopped, the gym where I exercised, the coffee shop where I spent weekend mornings. She had been following me. The revelation recontextualized everything I thought I understood about her case. Her recordings suddenly seemed less like victim testimonies and more like operational notes. The incidents she described weren't harassment directed at her, they were surveillance activities she was conducting against someone else. Against me. I returned to her cubicle after hours, using my security access to search for additional evidence. In a hidden folder on her computer, I found hundreds of photographs documenting my daily routine. Images of me entering and leaving my apartment, shopping for groceries, meeting friends for dinner. She had been tracking my movements for months before her disappearance. But why? What had motivated such intensive surveillance? I searched through her files for any reference to my name or employee number, finding only coded entries that referenced the subject and target behavior patterns. The truth began to emerge as I deciphered her notes. She hadn't been investigating harassment against herself, she had been investigating me. Her documentation suggested she suspected me of some wrongdoing, though the nature of my alleged crimes remained unclear from her files. The harassment she described in her recordings took on new meaning when viewed through this lens. She hadn't been a victim experiencing mysterious intrusions. She had been an investigator conducting covert surveillance operations. The evidence of someone entering her apartment was actually documentation of her own counter-surveillance measures. But this revelation raised more questions than it answered. What had prompted her investigation? Who had authorized or requested her surveillance activities? And most importantly, where was she now? I realized that someone else had been watching both of us, monitoring her investigation of me while simultaneously orchestrating both our experiences. We had been pawns in a larger game, manipulated by an intelligence we couldn't perceive or comprehend. The emergency exit near her desk took on new significance. Someone had been using that entrance to access the building undetected, probably to monitor her surveillance activities and plant the evidence I had discovered. Her disappearance wasn't the result of psychological harassment, it was the elimination of a compromised asset. As I sat in her empty cubicle, surrounded by the remnants of her covert investigation, I understood that I was still being watched. The same force that had manipulated her was now manipulating me, using her disappearance to draw me deeper into whatever web of surveillance and counter-surveillance had consumed her. The recordings, the photographs, the documentation, all of it had been left for me to find. Someone wanted me to discover her investigation, to understand that I had been a target, to feel the same paranoia and doubt that had driven her to desperate measures. But I still didn't know why. What had I done to warrant such attention? What secret was I supposed to be hiding? The answer remained elusive, buried somewhere in the maze of surveillance and deception that surrounded both our lives. I gathered all the evidence and prepared to leave, knowing that my investigation had only revealed the surface of something much deeper and more dangerous. As I reached the emergency exit, I noticed fresh scratches around the lock mechanism. Someone had been here recently, probably watching me discover the truth about her surveillance operation. The door opened easily, revealing the darkened parking garage beyond. Somewhere in that darkness, I knew someone was waiting to see what I would do next with the knowledge I had gained. I stepped through the doorway, leaving behind the safety of the known for the uncertainty of whatever truth lay hidden in the shadows ahead. Story 9. The Fragment Asterisk. The sun dipped behind thick clouds, casting a muted glow through the half-drawn blinds. The gentle hum of the fan whispered across the room, stirring the scent of freshly brewed tea. Yet behind this ordinary scene the air felt heavy. A small, triangular piece of shattered glass lay glinting on the carpet, directly below the intact window. As the minutes passed, the silence deepened, wrapping itself around the room like a secret waiting to be uncovered. I crouched down, my fingertips hovering over the fragment without touching it. The glass caught the fading light, refracting it into tiny rainbows that danced across my palm. This wasn't supposed to be here. The window above showed no cracks, no missing pieces. Every pane remained perfectly whole, yet this shard told a different story. The house belonged to my neighbor, an elderly woman who had lived alone for decades. She'd asked me to water her plants while she visited relatives, but when I'd arrived that afternoon, something felt wrong. The front door stood slightly ajar, though she was meticulous about security. The mail had piled up despite her recent departure, and now this glass, sitting like an accusation on her pristine carpet. I straightened my knees, protesting the movement, and surveyed the living room more carefully. Everything appeared normal at first glance. The floral sofa sat in its usual position, throw pillows arranged just so. Family photographs lined the mantelpiece in their familiar order, but as I looked closer, subtle wrongness emerged. The coffee table had been shifted slightly to the left, leaving faint impressions in the carpet where its legs used to rest. A book lay face down on the side table, its spine bent at an unnatural angle. The scent of her lavender perfume lingered in the air, mixed with something else I couldn't identify, something metallic and sharp that made my nostrils flare involuntarily. I found myself breathing through my mouth, trying to escape the smell that seemed to cling to the back of my throat. Moving toward the kitchen, I noticed more small disturbances. A dish towel hung crooked on its hook. The salt and pepper shakers had been moved from their usual spot beside the stove to the center of the counter. Most telling of all, a coffee mug sat in the sink, still bearing traces of lipstick around the rim. She never left dirty dishes, even for a moment. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, then hesitated. What would I tell them? That my neighbor's house felt wrong, that a piece of glass had appeared from nowhere, that the air itself seemed to hold secrets. They'd think I was imagining things, letting my anxiety get the better of me. Instead, I decided to look around more thoroughly. If something had happened here, there would be other signs. There had to be. The bedroom revealed more subtle anomalies. The bedspread lay smooth and undisturbed, but when I pressed my palm against it, the mattress felt cold, as if no one had slept there recently. The dresser drawers were closed, yet one sat slightly proud of the others, as though someone had searched through it hastily and failed to push it completely shut. Inside that drawer, I found her jewelry box overturned, its contents scattered across silk scarves and undergarments. Nothing appeared to be missing, but everything had been disturbed. Rings and earrings lay tangled together, necklaces twisted into knots. Whoever had done this hadn't been looking for valuables. The bathroom told another story entirely. Here, everything remained immaculate. Towels hung in perfect alignment, toiletries arranged with military precision. Even the mirror showed no fingerprints or water spots. It was almost too clean, as if someone had scrubbed away all evidence of recent use. But it was in the basement that I found what I'd been dreading. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I descended, each sound echoing in the confined space. The smell grew stronger here, that metallic tang mixing with dampness and something else, something organic and unsettling. A single bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the concrete walls. Cardboard boxes lined the perimeter, labeled in her careful handwriting. But in the center of the room, the concrete showed dark stains that hadn't been there before. They formed an irregular pattern, as if something had been spilled and hastily cleaned up. My heart hammered against my ribs as I knelt beside the stains. They were still slightly damp, despite the basement's usual dryness. When I touched the edge of one with my fingertip, it came away reddish-brown and sticky. I jerked my hand back, wiping it frantically on my jeans. The implications crashed over me like a wave. This wasn't about a burglary gone wrong or a simple break-in. Something terrible had happened in this house, something that left stains on concrete and glass fragments on carpet. Racing back upstairs, I fumbled for my phone again, but as I prepared to dial, I noticed something that stopped me cold. On the kitchen counter, beside those misplaced salt and pepper shakers, lay a note written in familiar handwriting, my own. Thanks for watching the house. Help yourself to anything in the fridge. Back soon. I stared at the paper, my mind reeling. I had no memory of writing those words. The handwriting was definitely mine, but the paper felt foreign in my hands. The ink looked fresh, as if I'd written it moments ago rather than days earlier. Fragments of memory began surfacing, disjointed and confusing. I remembered coming to the house, but when? I remembered her asking me to help, but the conversation felt hazy, like trying to recall a dream. I remembered agreeing to water the plants, but had there been more to our arrangement? The glass fragment upstairs suddenly took on new significance. Had I broken something? Had I cleaned up hastily, missing that single piece? The thought sent ice through my veins, but it felt more plausible than any alternative explanation. I climbed the stairs again, my legs heavy with dread. The living room looked different now, as if I were seeing it through new eyes. That shifted coffee table, those disturbed throw pillows, the book with its broken spine. Had I done all of this? But the basement stains, the metallic smell, the cold mattress, surely I would remember something that's significant, wouldn't I? My phone buzzed, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. A text message from an unknown number. Did you find what you were looking for? I stared at the screen, my hands shaking. Who could have sent this? How did they know I was here? I typed back, who is this? The response came immediately. Someone who knows what really happened. What do you mean? Check the outlet. I looked up at the ceiling, noting the small access panel I'd never paid attention to before. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I'd never seen her go up there, never heard her mention storing anything above the second floor. Finding a stepladder in the garage, I positioned it carefully beneath the access panel. My hands trembled as I pushed the square of wood aside and pulled myself up into the cramped space. The attic was smaller than I'd expected, filled with the musty smell of old insulation and forgotten memories. Dust motes danced in the beam of my phone's flashlight as I swept it across the space. Most of the area lay empty, but in the far corner I spotted something that made my breath catch. A suitcase sat open, clothes spilling from its sides as if someone had packed in a hurry. But these weren't her clothes, they were mine. Shirts I'd been missing, pants I'd assumed were in the laundry, even underwear and socks I'd thought I'd simply misplaced. Beside the suitcase lay a manila folder thick with papers. My hands shook as I opened it, revealing documents I'd never seen before. Medical records with my name on them, but describing treatments I'd never received. psychological evaluations detailing sessions I'd never attended, and at the bottom, a diagnosis that made my blood run cold: dissociative identity disorder with severe memory gaps. The papers fluttered from my numb fingers as the implications hit me. The missing memories, the note in my handwriting, the subtle disturbances throughout the house, they all pointed to a truth I wasn't ready to accept. My phone buzzed again. Another message. Now you're starting to understand. Understand what? I typed, though part of me dreaded the answer. She found out about your condition. She was going to tell them. The basement stains suddenly made horrible sense. The metallic smell, the cold mattress, the jewelry box searched in desperation, pieces of a puzzle I'd been too frightened to assemble. But even as the evidence mounted, doubt gnawed at me. Could I really be capable of something so terrible? Could there be parts of myself I didn't know, didn't remember? The medical records suggested it was possible, but accepting that possibility meant accepting something monstrous about my own nature. I climbed down from the attic on unsteady legs, my mind churning with questions I couldn't answer. The house felt different now, charged with menace and possibility. Every shadow might hide evidence of my guilt. Every sound might be the approach of discovery. In the kitchen, I stared at that note again, trying to summon any memory of writing it. The words remained foreign, even as I recognized the loops and curves of my own penmanship. How many other things had I done without remembering? How many other notes had I written? Conversations had I held? Actions had I taken while some other part of my mind was in control? The thought terrified me more than any external threat could. If I couldn't trust my own memories, my own perceptions, then how could I know what was real? How could I know what I'd done? My phone rang, the sound sharp and startling in the quiet house. An unknown number appeared on the screen. I hesitated, then answered. "You need to leave," a voice said. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. "They're coming." "Who's coming? Who is this?" "You know who I am, you just don't remember." The line went dead, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and growing panic. Through the window, I could see headlights turning onto the street, moving slowly as if searching for something or someone. I grabbed the folder from the attic and stuffed it into my jacket, then headed for the back door. Whatever was happening, whatever I'd done or hadn't done, I needed time to think. Time to sort through the fragments of memory and evidence until I could piece together the truth. But as I stepped into the gathering darkness, I wondered if the truth was something I really wanted to find. Some secrets, once uncovered, could never be buried again. Some knowledge, once gained, changed everything that came after. The glass fragment still lay on the carpet inside, catching the last rays of light from the street lamps. Such a small thing to hold so much meaning, such a tiny piece of evidence to shatter everything I thought I knew about myself. Behind me, the house stood silent and watchful, keeping its secrets locked in basement stains and shifted furniture. Ahead lay only questions, stretching into the darkness like an endless road with no destination in sight. I walked away carrying my doubts and fears like stones in my pockets, never quite sure if I was fleeing from the truth or toward it. In the distance, sirens began to wail, their voices rising and falling like a lament for innocence lost and certainty destroyed. The fragment of glass would remain where I'd found it, a small piece of a larger puzzle that might never be completely solved. Some mysteries resist resolution, existing in the spaces between memory and forgetting, between guilt and innocence, between what we know and what we fear to discover about ourselves. And sometimes those are the mysteries that matter most. Story 10. The main gate was left ajar at approximately 6:47 a.m. Routine inspection procedures commenced without deviation. All perimeter cameras were operational, showing continuous footage. Internal surveillance reported uninterrupted functioning with timestamps aligning accurately. Office spaces retained their usual arrangement, no documents displaced, no signs of unauthorized access observed. Temperature regulation systems maintained their standard setting, consistent with safety guidelines. However, the server room's temperature log revealed a 7-degree anomaly at 2:35 a.m. The security clearance history showed no entries, and yet one terminal was active. I'm touching the edge of my coffee cup now, feeling the ceramic rim against my fingertip. The same motion I made that morning when I first read the report. The cup was cold then too. Everything was cold in that building, except for the server room that shouldn't have been warm. The fluorescent lights above my desk flicker with the same irregular pattern they've maintained for weeks, or maybe months. Time has become elastic since I started reviewing this case. Each time I return to the file, details shift slightly, like looking at a photograph that develops differently each time you pull it from the solution. I remember walking through the corridor that first day. The carpet had those parallel tracks from the vacuum cleaner, perfectly straight lines that suggested normalcy, order, but my footsteps felt wrong against the silence, as if I were disturbing something that preferred to remain undisturbed. The building manager met me at the reception area. His handshake was firm, professional, but his palm was damp. He kept glancing toward the elevator bank as he spoke, explaining the discovery in measured sentences that felt rehearsed. "We run a tight operation here," he said. 24-hour monitoring, multiple redundancies. This shouldn't be possible." But it was possible. It had happened. The terminal glowed in the server room like a single eye in the darkness, its screen displaying lines of code that meant nothing to me but everything to someone. I've been staring at the security footage for hours now, frame by frame, searching for the moment when nothing becomes something. The timestamp reads 2:34:58, 2:34:59, 2:35:00. The temperature sensor registers the spike at exactly that moment, but the cameras show only empty hallways bathed in infrared light. There's a coffee stain on page 12 of my notes. I don't remember spilling coffee, but the brown ring has dried into the paper, permanent now. Beneath it, my handwriting records the conversation with the night security guard. "I do my rounds every hour," he told me. "Same route, same timing, been doing it for 3 years. I know every sound this building makes." But that night, he said, something was different, not a sound exactly, more like the absence of a sound that should have been there. The subtle hum of the air conditioning system had stopped for 17 minutes. He noticed because the silence woke him during his break. I asked him why he was sleeping during his shift. His eyes shifted away from mine. "Sometimes you need to rest your eyes," he said, "just for a few minutes." The personnel files reveal he'd been written up twice for sleeping on duty. But that night, his inadvertent alertness might have been the only thing that prevented something worse from happening. Or maybe it was the reason something happened at all. The code on the terminal screen haunts my dreams. Lines of text scrolling past faster than I can read, but I catch fragments. Database queries, file transfers, system access logs being modified in real time. Someone was inside the system, moving through it like a ghost, leaving barely perceptible traces of their presence. The IT specialist who analyzed the terminal wore thick glasses that reflected the monitor's glow as he explained what he found. His voice had the flat quality of someone delivering bad news they'd rather not share. "The access patterns are sophisticated," he said. "Whoever did this knew our security protocols intimately. They used legitimate credentials, but the credentials belonged to someone who's been dead for 6 months." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. The deceased employee had worked in the finance department. His clearance should have been revoked immediately upon his termination. But in the maze of corporate bureaucracy, his digital ghost had persisted, waiting for someone to discover its usefulness. The temperature anomaly bothers me more than it should. 7 degrees. Not enough to trigger the building's alarm system, but significant enough to suggest sustained activity. Heat from multiple processors working overtime, or the warmth of human presence in a space designed to remain empty. I've walked through that server room dozens of times now. The racks of equipment hum with electronic life, LED indicators blinking in patterns that seem almost organic. The floor is raised, hiding cables and cooling systems beneath removable tiles. Each tile lifts easily, revealing the hidden infrastructure that keeps the building's digital heart beating. On my 15th visit, I found something. A single tile that wasn't quite aligned with the others. Beneath it, the dust pattern was disturbed. Footprints in the accumulated grime, size 9 shoes with a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. Someone had been down there, moving through the building's hidden arteries like blood through veins. The security footage becomes hypnotic after hours of review. Endless loops of empty corridors, timestamp advancing with mechanical precision. But in frame 2847 of camera 7, there's a shadow that doesn't belong. Just for 3 frames, a darkness that moves against the wall before disappearing around a corner that leads to a maintenance access point. I've enhanced those frames until the pixels dissolve into meaningless squares of gray. The shadow could be anything, a trick of the lighting, a digital artifact, my own desperate need to find something concrete in a case built entirely of absences and anomalies. The building's architect died 2 years ago. Heart attack at his desk, they said, but his blueprints reveal secrets that weren't apparent during construction. Hidden spaces between walls, service tunnels that don't appear on any official documentation, passages that would allow someone to move through the building without ever appearing on camera. I dreamed about those passages last night. Narrow corridors lit by emergency lighting, the walls pressing close on either side. In the dream, I was following someone, but I could never see who. Just the sound of footsteps echoing ahead of me, always just around the next corner. The financial records paint a picture of routine corporate activity. Payroll processing, vendor payments, quarterly reports, but buried in the metadata of transferred files, there's something else. Patterns that suggest information was being extracted systematically over a period of months, not all at once, which would trigger security protocols, but slowly, carefully, like water seeping through a crack in a dam. I've interviewed 17 employees who had access to the building that night. Their stories aligned too perfectly, like a symphony where every instrument plays exactly the right note at exactly the right time. No one saw anything unusual. No one heard anything out of place. No one remembers anything that might explain how someone gained access to systems that should have been impenetrable. But in the spaces between their words, I hear something else, a collective holding of breath. The careful modulation of voices that suggests everyone knows more than they're saying. Or maybe I'm projecting my own paranoia onto innocent people who simply want to return to their normal lives. The coffee in my cup has gone cold again. I've been sitting here for hours, reading and rereading the same documents, searching for connections that might not exist. The fluorescent light above my desk casts harsh shadows across the pages, making the text seem to shift and crawl. There's a photograph in the file, the server room as it was found that morning, the active terminal glowing in the darkness. But each time I look at it, I notice something new. A reflection in the black screen of a powered-down monitor, a cable that seems to have been recently disturbed, details that accumulate like sediment, building toward a truth that remains just out of reach. The night janitor remembers mopping the server room floor that evening. He's worked in the building for 15 years, long enough to know which spaces feel right and which don't. That night, he said, the room felt occupied even though it was empty. The air held the residual warmth of human presence, and there was a smell he couldn't identify, not unpleasant, but foreign to the sterile environment of the server room. Like someone had been eating an apple, he told me, sweet, but with that sharp edge. I've been carrying an apple in my pocket for weeks now, trying to understand what he meant. The fruit has grown soft and brown, but I can't bring myself to throw it away. It's become a talisman, a physical connection to a mystery that exists mostly in the realm of data and speculation. The building's insurance investigator concluded that no crime had been committed, no money was stolen, no data was destroyed. The security breach was classified as a minor incident, the result of inadequate password protocols and insufficient oversight of terminated employee accounts. Case closed, recommendations implemented, business as usual. But I can't let it go, the 7-degree temperature spike, the shadow in frame 2847, the footprints under the raised floor tiles. These fragments circle in my mind like debris in a slow-moving whirlpool, never quite coming together but never dispersing entirely. I've started visiting the building at night, standing across the street and watching the windows. Most floors remain dark after business hours, but occasionally I see the flicker of a computer screen or the brief illumination of a flashlight. Security rounds, I tell myself, routine maintenance, normal activities in a normal building. But last week I saw something that wasn't normal, a light in the server room, visible for just a few seconds before disappearing. Not the steady glow of the emergency lighting, but something mobile, something that moved with purpose through the maze of equipment racks. The security guard on duty that night swore no one had entered the building. The access logs confirmed his statement, but the logs had been wrong before, hadn't they? Or maybe I was seeing things that weren't there, projecting my obsession onto innocent shadows and reflected streetlights. I've memorized every detail of the case file, the precise timestamp of each anomaly, the serial numbers of the affected equipment, the employee ID that shouldn't have existed but somehow retained access to critical systems. These facts have become part of my internal landscape, as familiar as the layout of my own apartment. But familiarity breeds doubt. The more I study the evidence, the less certain I become about what it means. Was this an elaborate corporate espionage operation, a disgruntled employee's revenge, or simply a series of coincidences that my pattern-seeking mind has woven into a narrative that doesn't actually exist? The building manager has stopped returning my calls. The IT specialist has moved to a different company. The security guard has requested a transfer to the day shift. Everyone associated with the case seems eager to distance themselves from it, as if the mystery carries some kind of contagion that might spread to anyone who examines it too closely. I understand their reluctance. This case has changed me in ways I'm still trying to comprehend. I find myself questioning things I used to take for granted. the reliability of security systems, the integrity of digital records, the possibility that someone could move through our monitored, documented world without leaving traces that we're capable of recognizing. The temperature in my office feels wrong today, too warm, like the server room that night. I've checked the thermostat 3 times, but it reads the same as always. Maybe the warmth is coming from inside me, from the fever of an obsession that's consuming more of my mental energy with each passing day. There's a new detail in the file today. I don't remember adding it, but there it is in my own handwriting. A note about electromagnetic anomalies detected by the building's fire suppression system. Brief fluctuations that occurred at the same time as the temperature spike, as if something was drawing power from the building's electrical grid in ways that weren't accounted for in the normal load calculations. I called the fire department to verify this information, but they have no record of any anomalies. Their logs show normal readings throughout the night in question. Either my note is incorrect, or someone has been very thorough in covering their tracks, or maybe I'm losing my grip on reality, creating evidence to support theories that exist only in my increasingly unstable mind. The apple in my pocket has begun to rot. I can smell it through the fabric, a sweet decay that reminds me of the janitor's description. But when I reach for it, my pocket is empty. I must have thrown it away without remembering, another small gap in my memory that mirrors the larger gaps in this case. I dream about the terminal screen now, lines of code scrolling past in languages I don't recognize, carrying information I can't decode. In the dreams, I'm sitting at the keyboard, my fingers moving across the keys with impossible speed and precision. But I can never remember what I'm typing, and I wake with the frustrating sense that I was on the verge of understanding something crucial. The building's ownership has changed hands twice since the incident. Each new management company has implemented different security protocols, upgraded the surveillance systems, modified the access procedures. But the server room remains essentially unchanged, still humming with electronic life, still maintaining its secrets behind locked doors and biometric scanners. I've requested access to review the current security arrangements, but my credentials are no longer valid. The case has been officially closed, my investigation concluded, my services no longer required. But I can't stop thinking about those 17 minutes when the air conditioning fell silent. The gap in the building's mechanical breathing that might have allowed something or someone to slip through undetected. The shadow in frame 2847 has become my white whale. I've analyzed it from every possible angle, enhanced it with software that reveals details invisible to the naked eye. But the more I examine it, the more it seems to dissolve, as if the act of observation is causing it to lose coherence. Quantum uncertainty applied to digital evidence. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the ghost in this story, if my own obsessive investigation has left traces in the building systems that future investigators will puzzle over. Digital footprints that don't quite make sense. Access patterns that suggest someone was there who shouldn't have been. Temperature anomalies caused by my own presence in spaces meant to remain empty. The coffee cup is empty now, has been for hours. But I keep lifting it to my lips, going through the motions of drinking from a vessel that holds nothing but the memory of warmth. The gesture has become automatic, a nervous habit that connects me to the morning when this all began. I can feel the case slipping away from me like water through cupped hands. The evidence is still there, filed and documented and preserved, but it's losing its power to compel belief. Without new developments, without fresh leads to pursue, the mystery is calcifying into just another unsolved puzzle that will eventually be forgotten. But I can't forget. the 7-degree temperature spike, the active terminal in an empty room, the credentials of a dead man somehow retaining their digital potency. These anomalies have become part of my mental architecture, supporting structures in a worldview that can no longer accommodate simple explanations. The building still stands across town, its windows reflecting the afternoon sun in patterns that seem almost deliberate. Inside, people work at their desks, process their data, maintain their systems, unaware that their workplace was once the site of something that defied explanation. Or maybe they are aware, and their apparent normalcy is just another layer of protection around a secret that's too dangerous to acknowledge. I close the file, but I know I'll open it again tomorrow, and the day after that. The case has become a part of me now, a phantom limb that continues to ache long after amputation. I carry its weight wherever I go, a burden of unanswered questions that grows heavier with each day that passes without resolution. The fluorescent light above my desk flickers one final time before stabilizing into its harsh, steady glow. In that moment of uncertainty between darkness and illumination, I think I understand something about the nature of truth. It's not a destination you arrive at, but a direction you move toward, knowing you'll never quite reach your goal. The main gate was left ajar at approximately 6:47 a.m. That much, at least, remains constant. Everything else shifts and changes like shadows on a wall, dependent on the angle of observation and the quality of light. But the gate was open, and someone or something had passed through it, leaving behind only questions that multiply like fractals, each answer spawning new mysteries in an endless regression toward an unknowable truth.